Damn.
Because some customers have reported that the dragon is too beautiful. Like very much. But crocheting is a little difficult. Because the two parts of the ears and wings are more difficult to crochet. We worked on the problem for days. Finally got a new version for everyone. Easier way to crochet. The crochet effect is pretty much the same as before. Take a look. This is the new easy crochet method. This is the original wing. Let's compare. The shape is similar. It's just a different texture. This is the texture of the vertical bar. This is the horizontal stripe. This ear is similar to the original ear. For this improved version of the dragon, we've re-recorded a tutorial for you. Please delete the part about ears and wings from the manual in your hand. The part about the ears in the instructions. Please delete it. And this part of the wing is gone. Please take a screenshot to save the instructions of the new words and patterns of these two parts in our video. Here's the updated pattern. Everyone, snap a screenshot and save it. Swap out the old version you've got for this new one. Then please follow us step by step to crochet this revised dragon. I hope this revision can make everyone relaxed and happy, and have a sense of accomplishment to complete this proud project. If you have any other suggestions, please leave a comment below the tutorial. We regularly make improvements based on the suggestions of most buyers. Thank you all for your valuable suggestions. Now let's explore the fun of crocheting. Beginner steps. Step 1. Working yarn, top loops of a stitch. Yarn, Thailand. Single crochet stitch, round. The exchange of 2 rounds. Step 2. Please search basic stitch. First learn the basic stitch, how to crochet. Step 3. How to read the pattern. Which part of the doll? Which round? Repeat 6 sets of crochet. Each set of pattern is 2 single crochet and 1 increase dot after each set of crochets is finished. It changes from 3 stitches in the previous circle to 4 stitches in the circle, because each group has hooked the increase. Total number of stitches in the round. Step 4. Please scan the code to enter the product number. Follow us step by step to explore the fun of crochet. LuNuaFvy hope your crochet journey is easy and happy. If we are not good enough in any aspect, please leave a message below the tutorial. We will continue to improve. Thank you for your support and suggestions. Now let's crochet this very delicate, lovely, beautiful dragon. Let me show you in green. First crochet from the head, then the vault Y, then 2 horns on the head, then 2 ears, then 2 hands and 2 feet, a pair of wings, 2 tail fins. Finally, assemble Y. Now follow us step by step to complete this beautiful dragon. Now let's talk to you about how do you think about this instruction. First, this part. This part is a comparison table of the abbreviations and full names of the basic stitches. It's an abbreviation. That's the full name. Every basic stitch. We all have a detailed tutorial. You can search the basic truth method to see. Then there's the specific stitch. This is the part. Here are the colors. This is the number of laps. This is the pattern for each circle. Here we use the abbreviation symbol of VV to represent. Like the first lap. It's 6 single crochet hooks in a magic circle. There are 6 stitches. The actual hook is going to change like this. You hook a chain stitch before you hook the first single crochet. Tighten the coil after the 6 single crochet hooks. Hook another ship stitch to finish the circle. That completes the first lap. That means each turn starts with a chain stitch. Hook this circle again for specific patterns. Finally hook a ship stitch to finish the circle. Let's look at the second circle. The instruction is 6 increase stitches. There are 12 stitches in all. What we do is we hook a chain stitch. Hook another 6 increase stitches. Finally hook a ship stitch to finish the circle. There are 12 stitches when this circle is finished. Because this chain stitch is not a single stitch. Finally, ship stitch is not a single stitch. Only the middle part counts as a stitch. Now we come to the third lap. The third lap is made up of 6 sets of a single crochet and an increase stitch. There are 3 stitches after each set of hooks. Increase stitches to single crochet hooks in the same stitch. So after an increase stitch is hooked, there are 2 stitches. This set of hooks is finished with 3 stitches. There are 6 sets of hooks. So after this loop is done, there are 18 stitches in all. Again, we hook specific patterns before we start. First, hook a chain stitch. After the specific 6 sets of patterns, hook another shape stitch to finish the circle. So that's how you read this instruction, right? So here's the picture 1 that's right here in the picture. Picture 2 is here. The more complicated part, we'll also add a graph to illustrate this in more detail. Later improved version, also 3 different colors, help us separate each circle. Each color represents a different number of turns. For example, this color represents the first circle. This color represents the second circle. Each symbol represents a specific stitch. This has been explained in detail above. Look at this. Now let's combine this picture. This is an instruction. There is also a tutorial to crochet together. You can do something like this. Take the beginning of the chain stitch and the shape stitch at the end of each turn. Before hook, let's weigh the wool first. Now it's 4 or 6 grams. After hook, let's weigh the rest of the yarn. Because the amount of yarn we have is enough for everyone to try and error. So you can safely try. Now let's start crocheting. To keep the yarn from falling apart, it's best to wrap the outside wire around a few times. Tighten up the ball of wool. And then pull a hook through the middle here. We'll draw the line from the middle. That way, the outside yarn won't get scattered. And then we'll teach you how to hold wool. The first is to use the tail finger. Winding yarn. Then these 2 fingers hold the wool. Through this one place to control the tightness of the yarn. Then put the wool on the 3 fingers. Hold the wool in this hand. Then take the crochet hook. We can take a crochet hook like this. You can also hold the crochet hook like this. So we can start crocheting. This is what the crochet process looks like. A crochet hook with a string like this. Take this hook and hold the line. Now let's hook the head first. The head is from above, here. It was hooked in a direction like this. The first is to do a magic circle. Then hook a chain stitch inside the magic circle. 6 single crochet. Tighten the coil and hook a ship stitch. There are 6 stitches in this circle. Now we're going to hook the first loop. Start with a magic circle. The magic circle combines these 2 fingers. Wrap the thread around 2 fingers twice. So you have a circle here like this. Let's get this circle over here. Take this hand and wind it the same way. Take the circle back to the hand. Now this is forming a circle. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil over here. Now it looks like this. This is a magic circle. Then hook a chain stitch. A chain stitch is a crochet hook wound around the thread. The crochet hook takes this coil out of this coil on the crochet hook. It forms a V-shaped shape here. It's a chain stitch. Each circle vagins before the hook pattern. We all start with a chain stitch like this. But this one chain stitch doesn't count as one stitch in the circle. And then we hook the pattern of this circle. That's 6 single crochet hooks. Now for the first single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil over here. The wire has 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Take this coil out of these 2 coils. So you have a V-shaped shape here. This V-shaped stitch is the first single crochet stitch. The first stitch of every turn. We all use marker buttons. Give him a mark. That was the first single crochet. And then we hook down. The hook process we can use looks like this. These 2 hands grip this side of the circle. This hand holds the circle. So we hook inside this circle. The second single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Hook a coil over here. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Bring out the 2 coils on the crochet hook. A second V-shaped shape is formed here. That's the second single crochet stitch. Then hook a third single crochet. And fourth single crochet. And fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. We'll count them when we're done. It's not 6 V-shaped. So I'm done with the first circle. Now let's tighten the coil. Stretch this coil on the crochet hook. Remove the crochet hook. The method of winding is, let's take a look. There are 2 wires here. There is a thread here. Let's pull this thread. See which of these 2 circles is moving. It's this circle that's moving. Let's just pull this one loop. This side V wide the thread. These 2 fingers pinch the fabric. Pull like this. Pull hard. This is what it looks like when you're done. Try to pull it to the center. There's no space here. This is what it looks like after you pull it. This is the thread. Now we pull the wire again. Finish this thread. That's the end of the coil. Cut this thread again. This completes the winding. And then we put the crochet hook back into the circle. Pull the thread back. Hand again hold up the wool. Then crochet it down. A ship stitch is a hook for each turn. To finish the circle, ship stitch is hooked here on the first stitch of the circle. The goal is to close the circle. Now let's take off the marker. The crochet hook goes through this pin of the marked buckle. Hook on, ship stitch. The ship stitch is hooked like this. Crochet hook directly hooks the coil. Take this coil straight out of the crochet hook and take this coil straight through. This is the stitch of a ship stitch. because of this one ship stitch, not counting one stitch in the circle. So we tighten the stitch. Make it smaller. The way to tighten it is to pinch the fabric with this hand. Hold the crochet hook over here. Pull in this direction. So this one stitch becomes very small. That's the end of the first loop. You can count them. There are 6 stitches in this circle. The last ship stitch is not a single stitch. This one when we're on the next loop. Don't worry about it. Next lap, we did it on these 6 stitches. Now the first lap is done. Then we hook the second loop. First hook a chain stitch. A chain stitch is a crochet hook wound around the thread. The crochet hook takes the coil out of the crochet hook. A V-shaped shape is formed here. This is V-shaped. It's a chain stitch. Just before we hook the pattern around each circle, you have to hook a chain stitch like this. This chain stitch is not a single stitch in the circle. Just think of it as a transition. Now we're here on the first pin of the first lap. That is, we add a level. The vocal position here varies to hook the second circle of the pattern. The pattern for the second circle is 6 increase stitches. Hook a ship stitch after that to finish the circle. Now we are in this position. That's the first stitch on the first lap, here. To hook the first increase stitch. Increase stitch is inside the same stitch. Let's hook to single crochet. The crochet hook goes through this pin of the marked buckle. Bring a coil. First there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Finish the 2 coils on the crochet hook. This one is a single crochet. We need to V in the same stitch. Let's hook to single crochet. This creates an increase stitch. Crochet hook through the same stitch, again. Hook the second single crochet. This is an increase stitch. It's in the same stitch. That's 2 single crochet hooks in the same hole. This creates the stitches. This is an increase stitch. Add a marker button here for the first pin. This is the first stitch as the second turn. The first one standing up is the chain stitch of this circle. Don't worry about this one stitch. Then hook the second increase stitch. This is the second increase stitch. After the hook is finished, there are 2 stitches. The third increase stitch. The fourth increase stitch. The fifth increase stitch. The sixth increase stitch. Sixth increase stitch. After the hook, it's the first circle. Ship stitch here. The stitches of this ship stitch are very small and tight. We're not going to use the hook here. And then next door here is a second chain stitch. Don't worry about that either. You can count if there are 6 V-shaped. After each turn of the hook, we can count the number of stitches. If it turns out to be wrong, let's go back and re-hook. That's the end of the second circle. Remove marker buckle. The crochet hook passes through the mark. Hook a ship stitch. Finish the circle. This is a ship stitch. Tight ship stitch. Pinch fabric. Tighten the crochet hook. This will make the stitches of the ship stitch smaller. 2 turns and the hook is over. There are 12 stitches after the hook. And then we'll hook the third loop. First hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets. A single crochet and an increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in this circle. You remember, these 18 stitches is a chain stitch that does not include the first stitch, and ship stitch the last stitch. Now we're going to hook the first set. Mark the location of the buckle. That's the first stitch from the last circle right here. Hook a single crochet. This is the first stitch of the circle. Marking buckle. Then hook an increase stitch. Increase stitches 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. This is the first single crochet in this stitch. A crochet hook goes through the same stitch. Hook the second single crochet. That's the end of the first set. This is a single crochet with an increase stitch. There are 3 stitches after the hook. That's the first group. And then we hook the second group. A single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 3 stitches. The third group had a single crochet and increase stitch. Third set of hooks is over. The fourth group had a single crochet and increase stitch. The fourth set of hooks is over. Fifth directorate. a single crochet, and increase stitch. The 5th set is done. Group 6 has a single crochet and an increase stitch. The 6th set is done. On to the last lap. Ship stitch this stitch here. Don't worry about that. Now we can count them. There are 18 stitches. Then hook a ship stitch over the marked buckle. This is a ship stitch. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 3rd loop. We'll crochet together according to this rule. We'll pick up the speed in the VUC. The 4th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets. 2 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. 24 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. On the first stitch of the previous circle, which marks the position of the buckle on the first single crochet. It was the first single crochet of the lap, marking buckle. The second single crochet, and increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. That's the end of the first set. This is 2 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. After the hook, there are 4 stitches. And then we hook the second group. 2 single crochet, and increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 2 single crochet, and increase stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, remove marker buckle. A crochet hook ends the loop by hooking a ship stitch through the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 4th loop. You can count if it's 24 stitches. The 5th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets. 3 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 30 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. And increase stitch. Increase stitches to single crochet hooks in the same stitch. The first set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 5 stitches. The second group, 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, remove marker buckle. Mark the location of the buckle. Hook a ship stitch to finish the circle. Tight ship stitch. The 5th loop is over. The 6th loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets, for single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. 36 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. For single crochet, the first single crochet with a marking button, here. The second single crochet, third single crochet, fourth single crochet, and increase stitch. That's the end of the first hook. After the hook, there are 6 stitches. Then hook a second set of 4 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Then there are 4 more sets. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after 6 sets of hooks. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 6th loop is over. Loops 7 through 12 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. 36 stitches per turn. Now move edge into hook. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. These laps are all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. After the 36 single crochet hooks on the 7th lap, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch at the location of the marked buckle to end the circle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 7th loop. Laps 8 through 12 are the same as lap 7. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marking button after the pattern hook of the 12th circle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 12th hook is over. The 13th turn is to hook a chain stitch. 6 more sets of 4 single crochet in a decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 30 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. For single crochet, mark the first single crochet with a buckle. The second single crochet, third single crochet, fourth single crochet, a decrease stitch. Decrease stitch means to combine 2 stitches into 1 stitch. Let's take a look. Each stitch is composed of a V-shaped shape. This is the first half of the stitch. This is the back half of the stitch. Decrease stitch is the first half of a crochet hook to pick 2 stitches. This is crochet hook. Cross the first half of a stitch. Go through the first half of the next stitch. Our crochet hook now has a coil and 2 first half pins. The back half stitches don't bother. We don't have to worry about the last 2 stitches. Now it's like this. Crochet hook a coil. Take this coil out. The first 2 halves of a crochet hook. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Finish these 2 coils. This is a decrease stitch. It's just combining 2 stitches into 1 stitch. That's the end of the first set. After the hook, there are 5 stitches. Decrease stitch after the hook. Let's pull it like this. Make sure it's this 1 stitch. We just hooked. So then we are on this 1 stitch. Start hooking down. Tell which stitch is hooked and which is not. And the way it works is like this. After pulling, there's this thread that's being pulled. The one that's already hooked. So we start with the next stitch. Now let's hook the second group. For single crochet, a decrease stitch. Decrease stitch is the first half of a crochet hook to pick 2 stitches. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out the 2 first half stitches. a crochet hook with a second coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. That's a decrease stitch. That's the end of the second set. A third group of 4 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, you can count if it's 30 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 13th loop. This is what we looked like when we counted laps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 11, 10, 20, 13. The 14th turn is a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets of 3 single crochet in the decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. That's 24 shots in all. Now let's hook the first group. 3 single crochet. The first single crochet with a marker buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. A decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 4 stitches. The second group of 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group. 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after 6 sets of hooks. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 14th loop is over. The 15th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets of 2 single crochet and 1 decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 2 single crochet. Mark the first single crochet with a buckle. The second single crochet. A decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 3 stitches. The second group. 2 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Then there are 4 more sets. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after 6 sets of hooks. Mark the location of the buckle. Hook a ship stitch to finish the circle. Tight ship stitch. Because the head hook is down here, so we hook another ship stitch. Leave a line. You can leave about 10 inches of wool. Because it's a thread we can use to sew work. So leave it long and then break it. Now the head is complete. There is no closure here. Now we add the filler cotton. The process of filling cotton. Try to make the fabric as even as possible. Fill with padded cotton. In the shape we want. We just pinch it where it's not round. That's all you need to add the filler. This completes the head. Now let's hook this part. It starts right here in the tail. It's crocheted in the direction of the body. First, the first lap is like the head. Start with a magic circle. The way to do a magic circle is to combine the 2 fingers. Wrap the thread around 2 fingers twice. Take the circle that was formed. Hold the line with your hand. Get the circle back. Now the crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil over here. This creates a magic circle. Now let's hook a chain stitch. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out this coil from the crochet hook. It's a chain stitch. Then hook for single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Hook the first single crochet. This completes the first single crochet. Put a marker button here on the first single crochet. Then hook the second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. That's the end of the first circle. Count Front if it's for V-shaped. Now tighten the coil. Stretch this thread first. Put down the crochet hook. The way to rewind the coil is to pull the end of the wire. Look which circle is moving. Pull the loop of the hole again. Pull the side next to the thread. This will finish the coil. And then we pull on this thread. Finish this thread. Now I've finished winding the coil. Cut the thread. And then we keep going down the hook. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The first hook is over. Right after the hook, there are 4 stitches. Last 2 through 4 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 4 stitches. Now let's hook the second loop first. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. In the process of crocheting, let's just pop this one out front. Down hook. For single crochet, after hook. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle. Tight ship stitch. The second loop is over. After the hook, it has a shape like this. Then the third to the fourth lap. It's the same as the second lap. We'll hook it up together. After the hook is done, it vacuums a long strip. This is the tail. Hook the process, because the circle is small. So we're careful not to go through the other stitches. That's the end of the third single crochet. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The third loop is over. The fourth lap is the same as the third. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after the fourth single crochet. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The fourth loop is over. The fifth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 2 more sets, a single crochet and an increase stitch. Finish with a single crochet. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 6 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. And increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. That's the end of the first hook. After the hook, there are 3 stitches. The second group. A single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. You can count if there are 6 stitches after the hook. The fifth loop is over. Laps 6 through 7 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 6 stitches. Now hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 7th and 6th hooks are over. The 7th and 6th laps are the same. We'll hook it up together. Six single crochet on lap 7. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 7th loop is over. The 8th loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of a single crochet and an increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 9 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. And increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. The first set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 3 stitches. The second group. A single crochet. And increase stitch. The third group had a single crochet. And increase stitch. After 3 sets of hooks, count if there are 9 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 8th circle is over. The 9th loop starts with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 9 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 9th loop is over. The 10th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 2 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 12 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 2 single crochet. Mark the first single crochet with a buckle. And increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. That was after the first set of hooks. For stitches. The second group. 2 single crochet. And increase stitch. The third group had 2 single crochet. And increase stitch. After 3 sets of hooks, you can count whether it is 12 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 10th hook is over. On the 11th turn, a chain stitch is hooked. Hook a single crochet on each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 12 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. the second single crochet, third single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. After 12 single crochet hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 11th circle is over. The 12th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 3 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 15 stitches in the circle. Now let's hook the first group. 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 5 stitches. The second group of 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the second hook, there's 1 more. We'll hook it up together. After the hook, you can count if it's 15 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 12th loop. The 13th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 4 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 4 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 6 stitches. The second group of 4 were single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. A third group of 4 single crochet. And increase stitch. Count if there are 18 stitches when you're done. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 13th loop. This is the tail. And then we start to hook the body part down. The 14th turn is a chain stitch. Then hook the single crochet in the first half of the previous turn. That's when the hook. The crochet hook only goes through the first half of each stitch. Leave the last half of the needle alone. Cross the first half of the needle to hook a single crochet. Finish with a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in this circle. Now we begin to hook. The crochet hook is threaded through the front half of this stitch at the mark. Hook the first single crochet. Let's see that there's a chain stitch there. You have to hook a chain stitch and a single crochet. Crochet hook through the first half of the first stitch of the previous loop. You don't need to worry about the back half of the needle. Hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. After hook, this is what's left of the last half of the needle. And then we pin the first half down. Hook a single crochet. Pick the first half. Hook a single crochet. This will leave the back half of the needle. The whole circle is hooked like this. We'll hook it up together. After 18 single crochet hooks, take a look. There's gonna be this second half left in there. This circle of such a shape. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 14th loop. The 15th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets of 2 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 24 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 2 single crochet. Add a marker buckle to the first single crochet. The second single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 4 stitches. The second group had 2 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Then there are 4 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. So the 15th loop is done. You can count them. The 16th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets of 3 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 30 stitches in this circle. Now we hook the first group of 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 5 stitches. The second group, 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. Then there are 4 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After 6 sets of hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The 16th loop is over. Laps 17 through RR are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 30 stitches in each circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. On third single crochet. These laps are all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. After 30 single crochet hooks on the 17th lap, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 17th loop. And then laps 18 through R are the same as laps 17. We'll hook them up together. After the 30 single crochet hooks of the 22nd turn, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 22nd hook is done. The 23rd turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 6 more sets. 3 single crochet and a decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. 24 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. 3 single crochet. Add a marker buckle to the first single crochet. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. A decrease stitch. Decrease stitch means to combine two stitches into one stitch. A crochet hook is made by threading the first half of both stitches at the same time. Just leave the last half of the needle alone. Now we're going to hook a decrease stitch. Crochet hook through the first half of the first stitch. The crochet hook is then threaded through the first half of the next stitch. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out the two first half stitches. A crochet hook with a second coil. Finish the remaining two coils. That's a decrease stitch. It's just combining two stitches into one stitch. The first set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 4 stitches. The second group of 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Third set of hooks is over. Then there are 3 more sets. We'll hook it up together. After the 6th set of hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 23rd hook is over. The 24th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 24 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. Remove the single crochet when you're done. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 24th turn of the hook is over. The 25th turn is a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 6 single crochet and a decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 21 stitches in this circle. Now we hook the first group of 6 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Decrease stitch means to decrease the first half of 2 stitches. A crochet hook has a coil attached to it. Finish the 2 first half stitches. A crochet hook with a second coil. Finish the rest of the coil. That's a decrease stitch. After the first set, there are 7 stitches. The second group of 6 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. And then there's another set. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after the third set of hooks. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 25th turn of the hook is over. The 26th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 21 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Mark the location of the buckle. Hook up, ship stitch. Tight ship stitch. 26th turn of the hook is over. The 27th turn is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets, 5 single crochet and 1 decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 18 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first set of 5 single crochet. A decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 6 stitches. The second group of 5 were single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over, and then there's another set. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 27th loop of the hook is finished. The 28th to the 30th laps are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each round is 18 stitches. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. These laps are all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. After the 28th round of V8 single crochet hooks, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the 18th turn of the hook. And then laps 29 through 30 are the same as laps 28. We'll hook it up together. After the third loop of the single crochet, remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the hook. So here we hook another ship stitch. Leave the line and break it. Because we left enough wool on our heads. So you don't have to leave too much wool here. Now let's hide this thread. This is how you hide a thread. Displace on ship stitch. Make a stitch in the first stitch. Make another stitch on the back of this stitch. Repeat this for a few stitches. And then hide the thread in. You can put a few more stitches on one side and then break the thread. So the body is complete. If there is such a thing, we just shove it in. Now we add the filler cotton. When you add filler cotton, make sure you add the tail here. We can use crochet hooks to help. This will finish the filling cotton. So the body is complete. Now we use yellow wool. Can hook 2 horns head horns. This is what happens after the hook. Now we veg into hook. The first is to do a magic circle. Bring the circle. Hold up the wool with this hand. And get the circle back. The crochet hook goes through the circle. These two hands hold the circle apart. Crochet hook a coil. Bring it out of the circle here. This creates a magic circle. And then we hook a chain stitch. Crochet hook a coil. The crochet hook takes the coil out of the crochet hook. It's a chain stitch. Then hook 5 single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil over here. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet hook another coil. Bring out the 2 coils on the crochet hook. That was the first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet, hook time, our hand is on this side of the circle. Hold the other side of the circle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. 5 single crochet. After the hook, count if there are 5 V-shaped. When we're done with the hook, we stretch this coil. Drop the crochet hook to tighten the coil. Pull this thread. See which circle is moving. It's the circle that's moving. Let's just pull this one loop. This side V wider thread. Pull it as tight as you can. When you're done, pull the string. Finish this thread. This will finish winding. Cut off the wire ends. Put the crochet hook back on. Pull the thread back. Hold up the yarn again. Remove marker buckle. The crochet hook passes through the mark. Hook a ship stitch to finish the circle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the first loop. The second and third laps are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 5 stitches. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. After hook, let's just pop this front out. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the second loop. The third lap is the same as the second. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after you've hooked the single crochet. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the third loop. Here's the end. We hook another ship stitch. Leave stitched wool. About 10 inches long. Disconnection. This completes the corner on the head. We need to hook 2 horns all together. If hook has, because crochet hooks don't have the same process tightness, cause the size to be different, we can pull it or press it like this. Make it as big as possible. Here's the updated pattern. Everyone, snap a screenshot and save it. Swap out the old version you've got for this new one. Now let's hook both ears. This is the shape after the hook. Instructions about patterns. We show this to you in 2 ways. One is the visual image of the drawing. The other is the way of writing. We have just saved the screenshot of this pattern and text description. Now how do you read these pictures? This is the abbreviation of the symbol. This hollow oval represents the chain stitch. The solid oval represents the ship stitch. A cross represents a single crochet. Such a symbol stands for increased stitch. Increased stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. In addition, we want to make it easier for you to distinguish the number of loops. Different turn counts are distinguished by different background colors. This color represents the first circle. That's the range. This color represents the second circle. That's the range. Now let's show you how to look at this. Okay. First, here is the beginning. That's where the hook starts. This is the end. That's where it ends. This part is the first lap. The first loop starts here. The first is to hook for chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Here's a single crochet. An increased stitch, a single crochet. Do 2 crocheting on a chain stitch. We all pick half a needle to hook. So here we are when we crochet. I have to pick half a needle to hook. That completes the first lap. And then because we ended up here on the first lap, so that's where the second lap starts. Crochet in this direction. This is where it ends. This is where the second lap starts. We'll start with 3 chain stitches. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Pick half a stitch on the chain stitch. Hook to ship stitch. Then return to the last stitch of the first circle. Here we hook a ship stitch. Just to clarify, that's the first stitch on the first lap. An increased stitch. It's 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. So hook up an increased stitch. There will be 2 stitches. here. So this one, it's the second pin on the first lap. This one's the third pin from the first lap. This one is the fourth pin on the first lap. And then we come to the second lap. Keep talking. That's where we were. And then we're on the last pin of the first lap. That's the fourth stitch right here. Hook another ship stitch. Then on the third pin of the first lap. And this is the place to hook a ship stitch. Then hook for chain stitches. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Hook 3 ship stitch. Again here. Here on the second pin of the first lap. Hook a ship stitch. Then on the first stitch of the first lap. Hook a ship stitch. Then hook for chain stitches. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Pick half a hook and 3 ship stitch. Finally return to the first pin of the first circle. Here's another ship stitch. That would be the end of it. We'll hook a separate ship stitch when we're done. Leave 10 inches of line. This thread is for the back stitching. And then disconnect. This is what happens after the hook. Now let's show you step by step. The first is to hook for chain stitch. Before hooking the chain stitch, we're gonna tie a slip knot first. Then you can hook the chain stitch. The method of slip knot is to cross the threads. This is the thread. Never mind it. Run the thread through the middle here. This creates a slip knot. Then crochet through the circle. Pull the thread back. Just pull it to the right size for the crochet hook. Now let's get our hands on the line. Grab this thread. Now we can start crocheting. For chain stitch. A chain stitch is a crochet stitch wound around the circle. Crochet brings this coil out of the crochet on the coil. The V shape is formed here. The V shape is a chain stitch. For the first chain stitch, we add the marking buckle. Second chain stitch. The third chain stitch. The fourth chain stitch. Count if there are 4 chain stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4 for these. Return to the second to last chain stitch to select half a stitch. This is half of the penultimate chain stitch. This is half of the penultimate chain stitch. We'll pick half a needle down from here. The first step is to hook a single crochet. Crochet through half a stitch. Hook a single crochet. A single crochet is a crochet needle wrapped around the thread. Crochet brings this coil over here. Now there are 2 coils on the crochet hook. Crochet and hook another coil. Finish these 2 coils. This one is a single crochet. This is where we add the marker buckle. Miss the hook and increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. Crochet through this half of the stitch. Hook the first single crochet. Crochet through this stitch at the same time. This half stitch. Hook the second single crochet. Here we hook 2 single crochet in the same stitch. This one is an increased stitch. After the hook is finished, there are 2 stitches. And then a single crochet. That's where the button is marked. Half stitch. Hook, a single crochet. That's the end of the first loop. There are 4 stitches after the first loop. These are the 4 stitches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 stitches. This is the shape after the hook. And then we hook the second loop. Hook 3 chain stitch first. The first chain stitch. The second chain stitch, the third chain stitch. This is what happens after 3 chain stitch hooks. And then we're going to hook 2 ship stitches. Here we must pay attention. There is one action that everyone must do. Let's find out in this one first. Direction: first find the second to last chain stitch. This is the location of the second to last chain stitch. Flip fabric. And then we start to hook the wire. Because it's going to be hooked in this direction. So you have to flip the fabric. The penultimate chain stitch we just found is here. So let's go back. The penultimate chain stitch. After flipping, this half stitch near the crochet hook, that's it. Crochet, pick this half stitch. It's the second to last chain stitch. When turned upside down, this half stitch near the crochet hook. Hook this one with a ship stitch. The first ship stitch. Ship stitch is a crochet stitch wound around the thread. Crochet brings this coil straight out. This coil on the crochet hook. Straight through. This is a ship stitch. And then we go back to the front. This is the last half of the first chain stitch. That's half a stitch of this one. Crochet, pick this half stitch. Hook the second ship stitch. That would be the end of our hook. And then here on the 4th pin on the first lap, hook another ship stitch. We can flip it over and look at it. Find the stitch. This is the first stitch. Second stitch, third stitch, fourth stitch. We're going to do this stitch here. And it's crocheted over and over. Hook a ship stitch over this stitch. Now we hook here. Then the next stitch. You can turn it over and find the next stitch. This is the next stitch. That's the third stitch on the first lap. Crochet through this stitch. Hook a ship stitch. Then hook this part. For chain stitch. 1 chain stitch, 2 chain stitch, 3 chain stitch, 4 chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Hook 3 ship stitch. It's the same one that takes half a needle to hook. Half of the penultimate chain stitch. Half of the penultimate chain stitch. Here we hook the first ship stitch. Pick down half a stitch. Hook the second ship stitch. Pick another half stitch down. Hook the third ship stitch. This is after the hook. Now we hook here. And then we hook this way. This one was just hooked. Keep hooking this way, which is the next stitch. That's the second pin of the first lap. Let's hook a ship stitch. Let's turn it over and look for this stitch. This is the first stitch on the first lap. This one is the second pin of the first lap. When you find it, turn it over. Crochet through this stitch. Hook a ship stitch. Now that's where we hook up. Then on the first pin of the first lap, hook a ship stitch, which marks the location of the buckle. That's why we have to put a tag on it. Let's take off the marker. Crochet through the position of the marked buckle. Hook a ship stitch. Then we hook for chain stitch. The first chain stitch, second chain stitch, the third chain stitch, the fourth chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Pick half a stitch and hook 3 ship stitches down. Half of the penultimate chain stitch. Half of the penultimate chain stitch. Hook 3 ship stitch down here. The first ship stitch. Second ship stitch. The third ship stitch. This is what happens after the hook. And then we put in the first stitch. The first stitch on the first lap, that's where the buckle was just marked. Hook another ship stitch, which is where we just ended up. In this hole here, hook a ship stitch. And that's it. Because we're going to disconnect, so we have to hook another ship stitch. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out the loop on the crochet hook. Then we leave a line about 10 inches long. This thread is for stitching. Disconnection. Pull it again to make it look better. These are done. We're gonna hook 2 ears all together. 2. Emphasize, again, the point is after the 3 chain stitch. Be sure to flip the fabric afterwards. Start the ship stitch again. Now we hook the hands with the body color yarn. This is what it looks like after the hook. The last step is to put the fabric on. I folded it and hooked it. Now let's start crocheting. The first one is to do a magic circle. Hold up the wall with this hand. Get the circle back. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Crochet hook a coil. Recommend circle. This creates a magic circle. Then hook a chain stitch. Then I hook 6 single crochet hooks. The first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. Tightening coil. Pull this thread. See which circle is moving. It's the loop that's moving. And then pull on this thread. Finish the line. Cut the thread. And then you keep going down the hook. Remove marker buckle. Mark the location of the buckle. Hook up, ship stitch. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the first loop. The second loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets, a single crochet and an increase stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 9 stitches. Now let's hook the first group. A single crochet. Marking buckle. And increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. The first set of hooks is over. After the hook, there are 3 stitches. The second group had a single crochet and increase stitch. The third group had a single crochet and increase stitch. After hook, you can count if it's 9 stitches. Just start counting from the button here. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. tight shape stitch. Let's just pop the front hat here. It forms a shape like this. That's the end of the second loop. Laps 3 through 8 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 9 stitches. Nine single crochet. You can count 9 when you're done. Stitch. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the third loop. Laps 4 through 8 are the same as laps 3. We'll hook it up together. Single crochet on the 8th lap. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 8th circle. The 9th loop starts with a chain stitch. Then fold the fabric in half and crochet hook it. Cross both symmetrical stitches at the same time to hook a single crochet. So the first single crochet was made in the first stitch and the last stitch here. Then came the second single crochet, third single crochet, fourth single crochet. There are 4 single crochet hooks. The crochet hook goes through the first stitch and the last stitch. Hook the first single crochet. Hook the second single crochet down. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. After hook. This hand is done. Now we hook another shape stitch. Leave 10 inches of wool. Disconnection. So the hand is done. We're gonna hook 2 of them. Now we use the color of the body wool. Hook 5 legs. This is what it looks like after the hook. Add filler cotton before the last loop of the hook. Now we wedge into hook. The first is to do a magic circle. Hand up the line. Take back the circle. Crochet hook a coil through the circle. This creates a magic circle. Then hook a chain stitch. Then I hook 6 single crochet hooks. The first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. Tightening coil. Cut the wire end. Back to crochet hook. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The first hook is over. After the hook, there are 6 stitches. Ship stitch does not count. The second loop is to hook a chain stitch. Next, hook 6 increase stitches. Finally, hook a ship stitch. There are 12 stitches in all. Hook the first increase stitch in the position of the marked buckle. Increase stitches 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. The first single crochet was hooked here on the stitch. Hook a second single crochet in the same stitch. You end up with 2 stitches. This one is the first stitch in the circle. Marking buckle. The second increase stitch. The third increase stitch. The fourth increase stitch. The fifth increase stitch. The sixth increase stitch. And that's the end of the ship stitch. We don't have to worry about this one. This one is a chain stitch for the circle. Never mind. After hook, we can count if it's 12 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. To finish the circle, tight ship stitch. The second loop is over. The third loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 3 single crochet and 1 increase stitch. Finally, hook a ship stitch. There are 15 stitches in all. Now let's hook the first group. 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 5 stitches. The second group of 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 3 single crochet. And increase stitch. When you're done, count if it's 15 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The third loop is over. The fourth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 15 stitches in this circle. Hook the first single crochet in place of the marked buckle. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. This lap is all single crochet. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker when you're done with 15 single crochet hooks. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tighten the ship stitch. The fourth loop is over. 5 turns is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 3 single crochet in the decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 12 stitches in all. Now for the first set of 3 single crochet hooks. A decrease stitch. Decrease stitch means to decrease the first half of 2 stitches. Crochet hook a coil. Bring out the 2 first half stitches. Crochet hook another coil. Finish the remaining 2 coils. That's a decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 4 stitches. The second group. 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The third group had 3 single crochet. A decrease stitch. You can count them when you're done. It's not 12 stitches. Remove marker buckle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the marked buckle. Tight ship stitch. The 5th loop is over. The 6th loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook 3 more sets of 2 single crochet in the decrease stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. There are 9 stitches in this circle. Now let's hook the first group. 2 single crochet. A decrease stitch. After the first set of hooks, there are 3 stitches. The second group had 2 single crochet. A decrease stitch. The second set of hooks is over. The third group had 2 single crochet. A decrease stitch. Remove the marking clasp after the hook. Hook a ship stitch in place of the mouth buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 6th loop. Loops 7 through 12 are the same. You start with a chain stitch. Then hook a single crochet into each stitch. Finally hook a ship stitch. Each circle is 9 stitches. We'll hook it up together. All single crochet. Remove the marker after the 9 single crochet hooks in this circle. Hook a ship stitch in place of the mouth buckle. Tight ship stitch. That's the end of the 7th loop. Loops 8 through 12 are the same as loop 7. We'll hook it up together. Remove the marker after the single crochet on the 12th turn. Hook a ship stitch in place of the mouth buckle. Tight ship stitch. Here we're going to start with the filler cotton. A crochet hook can help. When the crochet hook comes out, press down on the filler cotton, keep it from getting out. Just repeat the motion like this. Top half. This displace doesn't need filler cotton. I don't need to add too much down here. In this case, and then we hook the 13th circle. First hook a chain stitch. The crochet hook is then threaded through both symmetrical pins at the same time. We flatten the fabric like this. The crochet hook passes through two symmetrical pins at the same time to hook a single crochet. The crochet hook goes through the first stitch and the last stitch. So hook the first single crochet. Hook the second single crochet down. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Hook a ship stitch after that. Leave 10 inches of wool. Disconnection. That's the end of one leg. We need to hook 2 legs all together. Here's the updated pattern. Everyone, snap a screenshot and save it. Swap out the old version you've got for this new one. Now, let's explain how to crochet this pair of wings. Everybody be sure to put the front about the wings. An illustrated illustration of the revised version. Screenshot save. Replace the old manual. Because this method is easier to crochet. I hope you like it. Now let's explain the picture. What stitches does each symbol represent? Because our picture is expressed in symbols. The hollow oval is a chain stitch. The solid oval is the shape stitch. A fork is a single crochet. Such a plus symbol represents the increased stitch. Increased stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. So after one increased stitch, there will be 2 stitches. And then the color. Each circle is represented by a different color. Now let's look at the first lap. The order of crocheting is like this. This is the first circle. Round 2, round 3, in that order. After hook, finally hook the outside loop from here. This one is the last lap. Here is the symbol to start crochet. Here's the symbol for the end. When we hook the last lap, to be crocheted with wire. Because with the wire, that's what gives the wings their shape. Otherwise, it wouldn't look good. This is the head of the wire, just headed inside. Now, how do we actually crochet? This is the place to start. First hook the chain stitch. Hook 3 chain stitch first, including this one. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Hook 2 single crochet. The first lap is done. The second circle ends. First hook a chain stitch. Flip fabric. Hook 2 increase stitches. After the hook, it becomes 4 stitches. The second lap is complete. The third round. Hook a chain stitch to flip fabric to hook for single crochet. The circle is complete. The fourth lap. Hook out, chain stitch. Flip fabric, hook, a single crochet, 2 increase stitches, 1 single crochet, and 6 stitches after the hook. Hook a chain stitch on the 5th turn. Flip fabric, hook 2 single crochet, 2 increase stitches, 2 single crochet, 10 stitches when you're done. The 6th round. Flip the fabric with a chain stitch and 8 single crochet hooks. The 7th lap. Hook out, chain stitch, flip fabric. Hook 3 single crochet, 2 increase stitches, 3 single crochet, 10 stitches after the hook. The 8th loop hooks a chain stitch, flipping fabric hooks 10 single crochet. The 9th lap. Hook out, chain stitch, flip fabric. Hook for single crochet. 2 increase stitches, for single crochet, 12 stitches after the hook. The 10th lap. Hook a chain stitch and flip the fabric to hook 12 single crochet. And then there's the other circle. That's the 11th lap. First hook the chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Hook up, ship stitch. I'm picking half a needle here, too. Then we hook 2 single crochet. The first single crochet is at the junction. It's hooked here, it's a chain stitch and a single crochet. On this, single crochet. The second single crochet will have a hole where the 2 rings meet in the middle. Crochet here. Then add the wire and crochet it down. The next single crochet is in this chain stitch position. This is where it connects. Crochet is where the 2 loops join together. A place for chain stitch, junction. Hook when you see a hole in it. Hook 10 single crochet. Crochet in the process. It's done by wrapping the wire in a single crochet. And then there's this place up on the corner. There are 2 chain stitch. Hook to increase stitches over these 2 chain stitches. After the hook, it's on this side. The hook on this side is the same as on this side. 10 single crochet, after hook. Hook 2 more chain stitches. Return the penultimate chain stitch here. Hook up, ship stitch. Then you cut the wire. We just need to fix the thread. This is what happens after the hook. We're gonna hook up a couple of times. Now let's start crocheting. The first is to hook 3 chain stitch. Because it is a chain stitch, so we're gonna start with a slip knot, and then you can crochet. Cross the wires in slip knots. Thread the thread through the circle. And then pull it through the circle. This creates a slip knot. Crochet through the circle. Pull the thread back again. Hold up the wool with your hand. Pinch this thread. Now we can start to do chain stitch. Hook 3 chain stitch first. The first chain stitch. Marking buckle. Second chain stitch. The third chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Hook 2 single crochet. This is the penultimate chain stitch. The penultimate chain stitch. Pick half a stitch, here, hook, a single crochet. Crochet through this half stitch. Hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. Mark the location of the buckle. That's where the first chain stitch is. Half stitch. Hook the second single crochet. After the hook is finished, there are 2 stitches. The hook is over on the first turn. The second loop is to hook a chain stitch. Hook up, chain stitch. Flip the fabric after the hook. Hook to increase stitches. Flip fabric. Before turning fabric, let's look for this stitch from the first circle. Second pin on the first lap. That's right here. Mark the position of the buckle is the first pin. Once I find the second stitch, flip fabric. Put an increase stitch here on this stitch. It's called increase stitch. It's 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. Crochet through this stitch. Hook 2 single crochet inside this stitch. It's called an increase stitch. It was the first single crochet. Crochet again into the same stitch. Hook the second single crochet. This is an increase stitch. There are 2 stitches after the hook. This one is the first pin of the second circle. Marking buckle. And then here on the first pin of the first lap. Hook an increase stitch here. The second increase stitch is also the position of the marking buckle. Remove marker buckle. Crochet through this stitch that marks the buckle. Hook the second increase stitch. So there are 4 stitches at the end of the loop. Because every increase stitch has 2 stitches after the hook. The hook is over on the second turn. The third loop is to hook a chain stitch. Same, we find the last stitch from the last circle. Put the needle through. That's the stitch. Because this one is the chain stitch that we just hooked. This is the last stitch from the last lap. Once found, flip the fabric to hook for single crochet. The first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. That is, the hook at the location of the marked buckle. There are 4 stitches after the hook. The hook is over on the third turn. The fourth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Also find the last stitch from the previous circle. Then flip the fabric. The fourth circle is hooked with a single crochet. 2 increase stitch, a single crochet, a single crochet. Marking buckle. Two increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. This is an increase stitch. After the hook is finished, there are 2 stitches. The second increase stitch. And then a single crochet, which marks the location of the buckle. That's the end of the fourth loop. Then hook the fifth circle. It's this color. First hook a chain stitch. After hook, let's find the last stitch on the last lap. Flip fabric. Then hook 2 single crochet. 2 increases stitch 2 single crochet. Now hook the first single crochet here. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. An increase stitch. the second increase stitch, and then 2 more single crochet hooks. That's the end of the 5th loop. And then the 6th circle is this color. Hook up, chain stitch. Find the last stitch from the last circle. This one is a chain stitch just hooked. This one was the last stitch from the last lap. Flip fabric. Hook 8 single crochet. The first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet, that's a single crochet on every stitch. This is the last single crochet. That's the end of the 6th loop. After hook, you can count if there are 8 stitches. The 7th circle is this color. First hook a chain stitch. The rules are always the same. Find the last stitch from the previous circle. The stitches of the chain stitch are left alone on the outside, not on the fabric. Let's say, here's what it looks like. This is the last stitch from the last lap. Flip fabric. Now hook 3 single crochet on lap 7. The first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Next, hook to increase stitches. The first increase stitch. The second increase stitch. Then hook 3 single crochet. The first single crochet, the second single crochet. Hook a third single crochet in place of the marked buckle, which is the last single crochet in the circle. This is what happens after the hook. That's the end of the 7th loop. The 8th circle is this color. The 8th loop is to hook a chain stitch. We can also do it before chain stitch. Let's put this one on the top. Find the last stitch. Find it and flip the fabric. The 9th lap is a single crochet on each stitch. There are 10 stitches after the hook. Now we're going to hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. The 5th single crochet, the 6th single crochet. The 7th single crochet. 8th single crochet, 9 single crochet. The 10th single crochet, it's where the button is marked. The 10th single crochet. That's the end of the 8th circle. We can start with the last stitch, now. Punch out. The 9th circle is this color. First hook a chain stitch. Flip fabric. Then we hook for single crochet. Start with the first single crochet at the spot we've marked. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Next, hook to increase stitches. The first increase stitch. The second increase stitch. Hook for more single crochet. The first single crochet. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Remove marker buckle. Hook a fourth single crochet in place of the mark clasp. After the hook, we can count the number of stitches. Also find the last stitch first. Then hook the 10th turn. First hook a chain stitch. First hook a chain stitch. Flip fabric. Here, start with a single crochet on each stitch. There are 12 single crochet in all. The first single crochet. Marking buckle. The second single crochet. The third single crochet, the fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet. Seventh single crochet, eighth single crochet, ninth single crochet. The 10th single crochet. The 11th single crochet. Remove marker buckle. Hook a 12th single crochet at the location of the marked buckle. We're done on the 10th turn. This is the shape after the hook. Then the 11th circle is hooked along the other circle. Let's take a look. This circle, outside. This is the last single crochet we hooked. This is the single crochet from the last loop. And then this one has a hole in the middle where the two circles meet. The chain stitch goes down. That's where the two circles meet. It's the line between the two colors. We're in these places. That's where the holes are, to hook a single crochet. You have to add wire to the hook. Top corner. These are L2 chain stitch for the first lap. There are two holes on the top, here. It's transverse, and there are two holes here. There are two increased stitch hooks in these two holes. Turn it over after you've hooked it. This side is the same hook as that side. Where there's a hole here, we hook a single crochet. In fact, it doesn't matter here whether there are more or less hooks or one or two single crochet hooks. Now we're going to hook the 11th turn. The first part is to hook to chain stitch. The first chain stitch. Second chain stitch. Return to the penultimate chain stitch and pick half a stitch, here. Hook a ship stitch. That's the one stitch that hooks, here. Crochet through half a stitch of the second to last chain stitch. Hook a ship stitch. After the hook, you have this shape. This is the one place. Then we will on the last lap. This single crochet right here in lap 10. Let's start with a single crochet. And then there's a hole right here in the middle of the circle. Or there's a chain stitch between the two loops. Just looking for a whole hook. But the first single crochet came here on lap 10. The hole is not obvious. Now let's hook this single crochet. It was the first single crochet, then go down and find a single crochet. As long as there are holes, like these. These two above are not. These two were the initial chain stitch. And then we hook the second single crochet. We'll add wire when we're done here. Let's cut a piece of wire about this long. To prevent the wire from snagging the wool or sticking people. Let's fold this head back a little bit. On both sides. You can measure the length first. Just a little shorter than the other loop of this fabric. So you can hide the wire inside. If it's too long, cut it short. We thread the wire into the middle of the single crochet. Take a look. These are the two single crochet we just hooked. Here are two single crochet in the middle. I'm going to stick this needle into these two single crochet. If you look, front and back, you can't see the needle, it's hidden. The wire is threaded where the needle is. Right in the middle of the single crochet. Once it's in, we start wrapping the wire. Keep the hook down. Then the hook is to hide the wire in. Not as far as the first stitch. It doesn't matter, we can adjust the back after we hook it. All you have to do is add the wire. Press the wire against the fabric. And then we hide the wire in during the hook. Now we start to hook the single crochet down. Crochet through the fabric. The wire is placed on the crochet and attached to the fabric. Crochet hook a coil over. Now it looks like this. The wire is attached to the fabric. Crochet on the outside. Let's see where the wire and crochet are. This is very important. Single crochet like this. This hides the wire in the middle of the single crochet. Hook it down again. This is what a crochet hook looks like when it's hooked. Wire is a tight-fitting fabric. Not on the other side of the crochet. You can leave the wire outside. Put it on this side of the fabric. You say when you're wearing your strings. The position of the wire and crochet will be fun. The wire must not be outside. It must be on the fabric side. Now we hook to the top. Location of 2 chain stitch. These are the 2 positions. These 2 positions, here we're going to hook to increase stitches. Let's find these 2 locations, this one and this one. Wrap the wire as well. Place the wire on top of the fabric and crochet. Crochet hook a line over. Follow up crochet. When I hook the wire again, the wire is going to be on this side of the fabric. Now we are hooking the first increase stitch. Increase stitch is 2 single crochet hooks in the same stitch. Then hook the second increase stitch to the next chain stitch. Hook process. This wire can be put together like this with the wire. This will also cover the thread ends. And then we ended up on this side. So that's this side. The hook is the same as here. Just find where the hole is and hook a single crochet. This thread can be cut. Hold down the wire. Hide it in the fabric. The wire must be shorter than here. That's about as far as it goes. We've been hooking single crochet, hook to mark the buckle position. And now the last single crochet, it was hooked right here where the button was marked. This is what happens after the hook. We don't have to count the single crochet here. Just hook a single crochet over the hole. And then we hook here. to chain stitch. The first chain stitch. Second chain stitch. Return to the second to last chain stitch to select half a stitch. Hook up, ship stitch. Pick half of the penultimate chain stitch. Hook up, ship stitch. That should do it. And that's it. Here we hook another ship stitch. Leave 10 inches of line. Disconnection. And then we're going to do something with this line. Just take this one in this direction. It's the nearest stitch around here. Thread a few stitches back and forth. Let it stick to the fabric. Not that side. It's not a good look. That should do it. We can thread it again. This thread is used for stitching. Try to keep the two sides in the same direction. Now it's going in the oblique outward direction. That's the end of one wing hook. The head of the wire, you can just hide it in the fabric. And then we can pull it out a little bit. Will look better. We need to hook two wings all together. Now we hook the two tail fins. This is the shape after the hook. Hook process. Combine this one figure and text with our tutorial to crochet. First of all, the symbols are explained above. We've solved that before. I won't repeat it here. Now let's look at this graph. This is where I start crocheting. This piece is the first circle. This color is the second circle. Third circle of this color. This color is the fourth circle. First of all, the first round is to hook 9 chain stitch. You can read it in combination with the text. First hook 9 chain stitch. Return the second to last chain stitch. Start with 8 single crochet hooks. Now let's hook the first loop. Before hooking the chain stitch, we need to bring a slip knot first. The way to tie a slip knot is to cross the threads. Run the thread through the middle. Pull up this thread. This creates a slip knot. The crochet hook goes through the circle. Pull the thread back. Hold up the wool with this hand. So we can start crocheting. The first is to hook 9 chain stitch. The first chain stitch. Marking buckle. Second chain stitch. The third chain stitch. Fourth chain stitch, fifth chain stitch. The sixth chain stitch, the seventh chain stitch, the eighth chain stitch. The ninth chain stitch. Return the penultimate chain stitch after the hook. Pick the half stitch to start with 8 single crochet. The penultimate chain stitch. The penultimate chain stitch. Pick the half stitch down from here to hook a single crochet. A crochet hook through this half stitch. Hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. Pick the half stitch down. Hook a single crochet. Pick the half stitch. Hook a single crochet. There are 8 single crochet hooks. The last single crochet, that's where the hook came from. Now we're done on the first turn. Hook right here. After the hook is finished, this is the shape of a long strip. And then the second loop is a chain stitch. First hook a chain stitch. And then a single crochet at the end of the previous lap. Start to hook. But we have to pick the half stitch. Take a look. This is the one we just hooked. Chain stitch for the second circle. This one is the last stitch from the last lap. And then we have to pick half a stitch. You pick half the stitches all the way down here. That's the half on this side to hook a single crochet. There are 8 single crochet hooks. We found this location. Flip over. A crochet hook goes through this 1.5 stitches. Hook the first single crochet. Marking buckle. Look down for half a stitch. That's what it looks like, there's a hole. And then we crochet hook. That's half the hook. I don't care about the other half. Hook the second single crochet. Hook like this. Hook this half of the stitch. The other half. That leaves the other half. Don't worry about this one. Hook a single crochet. Hook all the way to the mark button. A single crochet works like this. A crochet hook picks half the stitch. The last single crochet marks the position of the buckle. Pick half the stitches. Hook a single crochet. This is what happens after the hook. Now we're here after the second loop. Then the third loop is to hook to chain stitch. The first chain stitch. Second chain stitch. Returns the second to last chain stitch. Pick the half stitch. Hook 3 ship stitch. Have a look. This is half the stitch of the penultimate chain stitch. We're here on the penultimate chain stitch. Pick the half stitch to hook the ship stitch. And then you pick half the stitches. The first ship stitch. This is a general stitch. This is the other half. The first ship stitch. Because then we don't have to hook into this position, so there's no need for a marking button. Put the half stitch down. This is the other first half of the stitch. Hook the second ship stitch. Put the half stitch down. Hook the third ship stitch. Now hook it here. Next, 6 single crochet hooks. Put the half stitch, 2. This is the other half stitch. The first single crochet. The second single crochet. Third single crochet. Fourth single crochet. Fifth single crochet. The sixth single crochet, it started right where the button was marked. Pick the half stitch, 2. Hook, a single crochet. This is what happens after the hook. Now we hook here. That's the end of the third loop. The fourth turn is to hook a chain stitch. Followed by a single crochet on the previous lap. Start picking the half stitch to hook. Start with 3 single crochet hooks. Hook 3 more ship stitches. Let's find it first. This is this circle, which is when we're on the 4th loop of the hook. I just hooked this chain stitch. That's the last stitch from the last lap. We're gonna pick half. That's the half that started the hook down. Let's find this position. Flip over. Let's start with 3 single crochet hooks. The first single crochet. The second single crochet, pick the half stitch to hook it. Third single crochet. 3 ship stitch, followed. Also pick the half stitch. After the hook is finished, hook a ship stitch to leave the thread. Leave 10 inches of yarn broken. And that's it. Take a look. This stitch and a half is where we missed the hook. This one, too. Now let's thread this thread over here. Because when we sew it up here. Look for places with double layers of fabric, or one stitch at a time like this. Up and down this way. And that brings the thread over here. And that's the end piece. We're gonna hook 2 of them. There are 2 hooks to be hooked. Now when we're done crocheting all the parts, I started assembling it. First, figure out where the front of the head and body are, then sew the bodies are 30 to the heads are 1/6. There's a connection back here. That's where we hook the shape stitch. Here is the back. Because it's curved, so we usually go to the middle. This place in the middle is the back. Look up there, too. It's about this place. Sew the head to the body like this. The number of stitches here is the same as the number of stitches here. So when we closed it up, it's a stitch for stitch. Now we determine the general direction of the work. Start stitching. First put the thread on the needle. Now we're going to start stitching. One stitch on top and one on top. Tension wire. Just like that, stitch by stitch. And this is the same stitch that wasn't stitched. We'll finish the circle in this way. The sewing is at the end. Any needle in here. And put the needle through anywhere. Tie a knot. The way you tie a knot is like this. Press the needle and wind the thread twice or 3 times. Put pressure on this coil. Pull the needle out. This forms a knot. Through the same hole. Head the knot in. Cut the thread. Now the head and body are sewn together. This is the front. Horns. Attach the 2 horns to the sides of the head at 3 or 4. We need to find the center line right in front of us. The way to find that is to look at it. Once we've sewed the head to the body, on the back there will be a thread connecting the head here. This is where the shape stitch is. The body will also have a thread like this. We're gonna tear white to put this line on the back. So find the center line on the front. Like inside this range. You can see where the 2 connect. Such as. Now let's consider the head and the body together. The position of these 2 lines. Now let's just make sure that this one is heads. Once you've determined the heads, let's determine the center line. This is the position of the center point of the first circle. We can find a positive like this. Find the center line. Once the center line of the head is determined, then the center line of the body. Just refer to the center line of the head to determine. Once you've identified the center line, we're going to sew our feet to the sides of our heads. On either side of laps 3 through 4. We count laps like this. This is the first lap. Lap 2, lap 3, lap 4. The feet are stitched onto these 2 loops. Tear white to keep the same angle on both sides. I'm trying to go in this direction. Don't just keep it up. After setting the direction, we'll start stitching it up. Now we're done on this side and this is the direction. So when you sew this side, also refer to the direction of this side. And this corner it also has a connecting yarn. That's where we shape stitch. Put this line in the back, too. It'll look better on the front. We only need 4 spots when we sew. 1, 2, 3, 4. First of all, let's go in here and then. Right here on the diagonal. Because it's easier to sew at a distance. Too close. Because the needle is too long to sew. Put the yarn that joins this line on the back and thread it in. This is a position we've already decided on. And then go across. Tension wire. Put another stitch in the position corresponding to the place. And then we're gonna sew these 2 sides. But because of the proximity, we can do it somewhere else first. Find a place to get a needle. Then come in through the same hole. Back to where we want to sew. Find the right corner for the needle. Also find a place to transition outside. Come in through the same hole. To where we want to V. This is because this place is relative to this place. It's closer to the inside. So we wear it from the inside here. And then you put the needle on the outside. After the 4 dots, we pull the thread tight. The direction of the foot is Ctrl-V, while the tightness of the line. Then tie a knot on the outside. Hold down the line you just laid. Right through the same hole right here. You can wear it a little further, head the knot in like this. Cut the thread. Both corners are sewn the same way. This is what it looks like after you sew it. Ears. Sew the 2 ears onto the sides of the head, either 7 or 10. The direction of the ears is like this. Which side to use? You can choose for yourself. Find the side you like. Now let's get the ears in place. That's under the 2 corners. It's on either side of laps 7 through 10. Let's count. Lap 1, lap 2, lap 3, lap 4, lap 5, lap 6, lap 7. Then it's right here. Lap 7, lap 8, lap 9, lap 10. On this, let's settle both sides first. The heel is on the same line. We'll cross it up when we're done. Take a look. This side is finished. This is what it looks like after you sew it. It's the 4 dots. Now let's show you. Let's take a look. There is a short yarn here. There is a long wool thread here. Find the position of the short yarn. Put the needle through first. Then thread the needle to this side of the long yarn. Thread the thread into the needle. Don't leave this thread too long. Then pull the needle over. Bring the short yarn to the side of the long yarn. Now the 2 wires are in the same place. Now we tie the two threads together into knots. In this case, then we hide the short yarn in, because then we use long wool to sew. Now we're in the same place. Right here in the hole where the long line is and the broken line is. Needle through. Again, thread through the needle, and here's the short yarn. And then bring the thread in. This already hides the short yarn in. We can hide it just to be safe. Right here in the same hole. This will cut the thread. Then we sew with long wool. Now we come in the same hole, here. To the middle. Lean on this side of this point, because this way the distance is longer. It's easier to get a needle. Pull over. And then through the ear. Just wear a little bit. Let's say we have a line here. Such a line. Come through. In the same place. We just got out of the same hole we put the needle in here. You can stretch it a little bit on the outside. Then come in through the same hole. Go back to the next place we want to sew. If you don't want to keep dropping stitches, you can tie a knot here. In turn, pierce the ear in the right place. Stay as close to the bottom as possible. Will look better. And then through the same hole. We just got the needle out of this hole. Here is outside. Now is the tightness through this line. To control the direction of the ears, we're supposed to keep our ears up. And then tie a knot here. And put the knot through the same hole here. Head the knot in. Cut the thread. This way the ears are finished. This is what it looks like when it's finished. I'm sewing these 4 points. Eyes. After heating up the glue strip, stick the eyes between R6 or 8 on the head. Make sure there's a 6-stitch gap between the centers of the 2 eyes. The white dots on the eyes represent lights, so keep them facing the same direction. First we need to locate the eyes. This is lap 6 through 8. It's in this position. This is the eye and this is the center line of the face and head. Look at the center line of the head. We'll find it on lap 7. That's the center line of the eye right here. Because our eyes are in circle 6 and circle 7, the one above the 8th circle, so the center line is just above the 7th circle. And then the center point position. This is on a stitch. There are 7 stitches between the center of each eye. So the center point here is a stitch. Then we count 3 more stitches. 1, 2, 3, 3 stitches. Counting stitches is like this. Look at 1 hole, 2 holes, 3 holes. Let's count it this way. This will determine the location of the center point of the eye. Our eyes are relatively large, so the center point is in the middle. And let's look at this. There is a white spot above the eye. The white dots above the 2 eyes represent the direction of the light. So these 2 white dots have to look in the same direction. Now let's heat the tape. Glue one's eyes. You can do a little bit of a swing. Take a look at the eye range. Place a positioning pin around the eye first. That way the eyes won't go off course. And we have this white dot right here. The white dot over here is also in this position. Now let's heat the tape. It's best to find something slanted. Hold your head in place like this. It's easier for us to stick to our eyes. Now we heat the tape. You don't need to glue too much. Just stick it in the middle of your eye, so the glue doesn't seep out. Before the glue sets, you need to glue your eyes back on quickly. Press for a moment. If there's any extra glue, we'll just take it off when it dries. If people find out they're stuck in the wrong place, you can hit this place with a blower. Let the glue melt and remove the eye. If there's glue on this fabric after you take it off, we can also hit the fabric. Remove the glue once it has melted. Now let's glue the other side. Other side, we also put a needle around the outside of the eye first. Locate the white spot with your eyes. Both sides have to be consistent. Now hit the strip. Don't get burned by the glue. That's how you get your eyes glued. Hands. Show the hands onto the sides of the body at our 27 to 29. We need to locate the center line of the body First, it's based on the center line of the head. That's how you find it. The hands are sewn on both sides of the 27th to 29th circle of the body. Let's count. 2 4 6 8 12. 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. 26. This is 27. We are to sew on the sides of 27, 28, and 29. The direction of the hand is slanted downward. The hand also has such a connection place. That's where the ship stitch is. Put it inside. Both hands should be the same distance from the center line. We can do this. Have a look. See if the distance and direction are the same. The direction of the hand looks like this. That's where it's slanted. So the hand is slanted down. Be symmetrical on both sides. Once we have a location, let's sew it up. This side of the hand looked like this after we sewed it. When you sew these 4 points. Where is this thread? Just sew this spot first, and then to this side. Back to the middle. In the middle of the seam, we can make the transition outside. Now let's close up. The wall of this place, don't leave too much, to prevent dropped coals. Or you can tie a loose knot here. So now we put the needle in the corresponding position. Put the needle on the other side. Cross it at the point of the hand. At the same point or the next point. This can be adjusted according to the results we want. We can make the transition outside. And then we go back through the same hole to where we want to V, which means 2 more dots in the middle. Make sure you position your hand as you sew. Make the transition outside and then come back. It must be the same hole in the same hole right here. It'll be ready when you're done. But first, to keep this hand from going out, we usually add another shot in front of it. It's close to this line. Here we're going to fix it again. The direction of this stitch We need to determine it based on the direction of the hand. Find the corresponding position on the hand side. But don't cross this side. Just one side through the fabric. Take a look. This side is not to be crossed. Give a pull. Find the exact spot on your body and apply the needle. Then hide the thread on the back. That way the hand won't turn out. Tie a knot. Hide the knot in. Show my hands are done. Feet. Attach the feet to the body at rating 21, slightly towards the back on both sides. First of all, we need to determine the center line. Now the center line, we can follow the hand like this. After the two hands are joined, this is where the center point is. Go down like this. We have the same kind of angle. This shape sticks this place. Connecting this place, it's also hiding it inside. Laying in. There's nothing out there. Now let's find the feet. It was above laps 18 through 21. Let's count. This is the 18th lap. 18, 19, 20, 21, that's the range. On this, the feet are a little further back than the hands. You can position yourself in the front. Take a look at the effect. It's also slanting down. After confirming the good effect, use the locator pin to hold it down. One side is determined and the other side is symmetrical. The same is true. Put your feet together. If you look at it, it's asymmetrical. We'll close up when we're sure. We finished showing this side. In fact, the method of sewing is the same as the hand. Again, sew 4 dots. Here in the middle. One more shot in here. First we thread the needle. Don't leave the thread too long. You can tie a knot here first. Prevent drop calls. In turn, a stitch here. Put another needle on this side. I want you to decide where the sides are. Make sure you're in position as you sew. Here we can make the transition outside. Come back. Back to the middle. You can go straight through the nail like this. One more stitch. Let's make the transition outside. Come back. Then make a stitch in the front about here. When I was looking for this position, so we can look at it like this. Where is the body? Let's see what the corresponding angle is in this way. And then you can put another stitch on the outside like that. Just go outside. Then go back to your body and find the right place to apply the needle. So your feet don't roll out too much. But don't sew too much, because you can move around flexibly. Tie a knot. Hide the knot in. Cut the wire end. In this way, both feet are finished. Wings. Sew the two wings onto the back, centered between R23 R24. The wings are sewn like this. It's on the back. Both wires are in the middle, here. The front looks like this. Now we're looking for a place to sew. The first thing is to determine the position of the center line directly behind. Again, it starts with the head. We can do this. From the front, the center line of the eye looks like this. Look straight back in this direction. Find the right back of your body. The hands and feet should also be considered directly behind the body. This line between the hand and the foot up here. After finding it, let's count it again. It's between the 23rd and 24th turn of the body. For 6, 8, 12, 14. (16, 18, 22). This is right here between 32 and 24. Right here at this point. That means it crosses the points. This is the place to be. Let's locate it first. the point where the two wings meet. That's the point we were looking for. Now let's locate the two wings. Then look ahead, according to the angle we want, to orient the wings. See if you want it flat or slanted. Again, the previous point. The angles on that side should be symmetrical. You can see it's pointy here. This is more round. We can press it like this. Because we have wire in it, we can adjust the shape according to the effect we want. The angles on that side should be symmetrical. Once we know where the wing stitches are, we'll start stitching it up. This wing suture is more flexible, because we don't want to sew too much. It also makes the wing movable. All we have to do is sew here. It'll probably take a few stitches. Again, tie a knot first. Let's take this point first. So, and then in this range, the range of this triangle, we can sew whatever we want. Don't sew too much. We can make the transition outside. Come back. Let's look at the front angle again. Make a transition in front of me. Here we convey. One more shot in this place. Then you can hide the thread. See if the front two wings are symmetrical. And it's flexible. You can tie a knot here. Hide the knot in. Then the wings are sewn. The back side looks like this. The front looks like this. Tail fins. So the two tail fins diagonally downward on the back of the tail either 1 or 5. The direction of the two tail fins is like this. We're gonna sew it diagonally down here at the tail. First, let's determine the location. The way we sew is piece by piece. in order to make the direction as oblique as possible. So, for example, the first piece of sewing looks like this. Right here, as close as you can get. The top is as close to this convenient direction as possible. That's how he went in this direction. After sewing one piece, the other side overlaps, and the bottom here overlaps. And then it's as close to the outside as possible. In this case, now let's start sewing. We set up a location. This can be this way. It's here on the far left. This is the far right. Let's take the short one first. Thread it to the long thread here. Now we can we must not go in the opposite direction. This curved one is on top. Once we have a location, you can go up a little bit. Once we have a location, thread the short thread in. Bring over. And tie these two wires together. It's going to tighten. You can tie 2 more knots. We don't need to worry about this line. We'll just have to hide it in the end. Then we use this long yarn to sew. Let's reorient ourselves. The front looks like this. Now we're going to sew in this direction. Come in at the same hole. Put 2 stitches in the middle. Don't worry about this thread. Finally, we'll just hide it inside. After 2 stitches, find a place to tie the knot. Tibetan lined. Note, do not cross this front when we sew. Don't go through the front here. Let's reorient ourselves. It's sloping down. The front looks like this. Don't pull the thread too tight. Now we can tie the knot here. Then hide the knot in. Cut the thread. And then we hide this thread in. Same hole here. Put the needle through first. Then thread the thread to the needle. Hide the thread in. We can also use a crochet hook for this thread. Hook it again. And now you're down on one side. Look at the front. Now let's sew the other side. Same approach. Everyone must show direction. Get it right. This down here is overlapping, because there's this tail overlapping underneath. It's going further down. Same, let's start with hide this short yarn over here. One more circle up. Let's see if we're in the right position. There's a long line in the right place. Then tie it down. Don't worry about this line for now. Use long thread to sew. Come in at the same hole. Put it where we want it. Attention everyone, make sure you don't wear this side, here. The next step is to tear white to put two pieces together. So this way tear white to make it come together. And finally here on the first lap. One more stitch. First circle, here, we can sew these two places together at the bottom. Get them closer together. And go through right here. Pull the thread tight. Can continue. Take a look. Keep going down. Same side here. Put another needle down. And then in the same position over here. Thread a needle. Pull to the side as much as possible. This is gonna pull this place a little tighter. Let the tail look like this. Closer and closer to this place. Be symmetrical on both sides. The front looks like this. These are the 2 stitches we just filled. Now we'll put it in the middle here again. Go back to the back to hide the line. Tie a knot. Hide the knot in. Cut the thread. And hide this wire in here. Because this thread is short, we can thread the needle first. And thread it through again. Plug in the thread. And then the tail is finished. We can put this thread in, too. Sometimes you can use a crochet hook. That'll finish the tail. After sewing, it's a direction and shape like this. Now let's show you. After the first yarn was used up, 11 grams left. So we have plenty of wool for trial and error. The improved dragon, when assembled, looks like this. This is the ear. Compare the original ears. Wings. The shape is the same. It's just a different texture. This is the back. I hope you can successfully crochet this dragon out. If you have any other suggestions, please leave a comment below. We will continue to improve. Thank you for your trust, support, and suggestions.